the right, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you to our very own Tennille Towns for the singing of our national anthem, and to the National Film Board for the images of our country. We'll start today, give me 1 second, with our land proclamation. Give me one moment here. The city respectfully acknowledges the Beaver Cree, Dene, and Métis people as the original caretaker of these lands and surrounding areas. We are grateful to live, learn, work, and play on Treaty 8 territory within Turtle Island, and acknowledge these lands have been home to diverse and sovereign First Nations and Inuit nations since time immemorial. Now I am going to move on to a proclamation. Small Business Week coming up shortly, so I'd like to proclaim Small Business Week October 15th to 21st, 2023. Whereas Grande Prairie's regional economy is one of the most prosperous in the world, and the small business sector is one of its greatest strengths. During Small Business Week, we honor small business owners, their employees, and the generous contributions they make to our success. And whereas small business owners reflect the characteristics that make our region great through their vision, responsibility, innovation, dedication, and hard work, it is often the entrepreneurs who are our inventors, our risk takers, and our job creators. And whereas small businesses are a vital part of our region's economy, with more than 2/3 of Canadian employees working for small business. And whereas Small Business Week is a time to celebrate our successes and to thank small business owners for their contribution to our communities and our economy, and whereas I encourage all residents of the City of Grande Prairie to observe Small Business Week appropriately by dedicating themselves to learning more about these entrepreneurs and how we can help them continue on their tremendous path of success. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Jackie Clayton, do hereby proclaim October 15th to 21st, 2023 as Small Business Week in the City of Grande Prairie. Thank you. Moving on to today's agenda, item number 5, the previous adoption of the previous minutes, recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Excuse me. Won't show up here. I move that we accept the minutes from the previous meeting on, September 18th. Thank you. I didn't show up on my thing. So
that's all right. So that's a motion to adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held September 18th, 2023 as presented. Seeing no one in the queue with omissions or errors, I'll call the question. Please vote. Councillor O'Toole, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor O'Toole votes in favor. And that's carried unanimously. Moving on to the adoption of today's agenda, recognizing Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council adopt the agenda as presented, but with the amendment of moving item 18 to before item 9.
Perfect. So that's a motion to adopt the agenda with the amendment to move council member reports prior to the recess. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue with discussion or debate, I will call the question. Please vote. Councillor O'Toole votes in favor, and that carries unanimously. There are no afternoon delegations, and if you are interested in being a delegation at City Council, I just remind you there's a very simple form. You can come to the afternoon session or the 6 p.m. session. However, if you're coming as a delegation, I remind you that there isn't always an evening session, so please indicate which time you'd like to be there, and we'll accommodate you as best as possible. We're going to move into reports, item number 8, which is in regards to emergency community group funding. We have the information in front of us. I'll turn it to Mr. Lemieux for introduction, and the report is in your agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the City Administration has received an emergency community group funding request, and I'm going to ask Ms. Bieberdorf to go over her report for you.
Perfect. Welcome, Ms. Bieberdorf.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Administration has received an emergency community group funding application from the Elders Caring Shelter Society. The organization provides an environment for seniors who are no longer able to work and those facing adverse situations. For 20 years, the organization has been able to maintain the organization's finances, however, are currently unable to make payroll and cover other operational costs such as utilities and groceries. Pandemic protocols, the inability to fundraise, and cost of living increases have resulted in the organization being in a deficit position. The Finance Department has reviewed and analyzed their financials, which indicate the organization may have difficulty meeting its short-term obligations, and community group funding supports immediate financial relief for organizations. With no budget allocated to emergency community group funding, administration is recommending that a $26,000 grant be funded from the Neighborhood Association operating grants budget for the year.
Perfect. Thanks for your presentation. I'll open up to council with questions, four questions rather. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Are we anticipating there's going to be additional requests coming for ongoing support to this organization, or is this appearing to be a truly one-time request?
Ms. Bieberdorf.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I will have a representative from the organization come up to answer that one.
Come on up. Take some time to get comfortable, and then once you have a seat, if you could just please introduce yourself for those who may be watching online.
Okay, thank you. I'm Benita Glandi, the manager of the Elders Caring Shelter, and we did expect that the board member would be here today, our president, but she had an emergency, so I'm just
Well, welcome. Thank you for coming.
This is a one-time ask, but we do understand that you guys do have more funding options coming up later on, and we probably will be because we're working on sustainability right now.
Okay. Councillor Bressie, does that answer your question? Okay. I had a question similar on Councillor Bressie's vein. So your intent is to come back to council with potential other funding requests, and you mentioned in the administration reports that it's identified that fundraising was difficult, obviously during COVID, etc. Do you have other plans for fundraising over the next 12 months?
Yes, we got a business plan made, and we're going to be raising our rents, which we didn't want to do, but we're going to be doing that. And we also are planning a great big fundraising event during Métis Week, which is in November, and another one in about February.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions from council? Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just a note on that for your events, because we want them to be successful. We do have a community calendar now through the City of Grande Prairie, so make sure you get that in there so everybody can see that.
We will.
And invite us. We'll come.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Seeing no one else, Councillor Bressie.
Happy to do business if the chair would like.
Perfect.
Great. I would move that council approve emergency community group funding in the amount of $26,000 to the Elders Caring Shelter Society from the Neighborhood Association operating grant budget. Just speaks to this Elders Caring Shelter. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here. They really do important work, providing housing in a way that's really appropriate for the residents there, but also is a great model for our community because it's a development that's been amazing neighbors to everybody around it. So I'm very proud of this project in our community, and definitely do think that we should make sure they can meet their costs when they need. Look forward to future conversations about what's appropriate city participation in the future, that's appropriate for today. Although one thing I will say is I'm really sad about the funding source. I'm sad that we've got this much money available in the Neighborhood Association grant. That's basic operating funding we give to neighborhood associations to do the good, very localized work they do, and I sure wish that was oversubscribed. So I think that neighborhood association side is something council should pay attention to in the future, but For today, this recommendation makes perfect sense, so please support it.
Just a question, sorry for the delegation, rather a comment. If I think it'd be valuable for council going forward for us to have more conversations. So I'll reach out to your organization and maybe council can have a stakeholder meeting. We like to learn more about what organizations in our community are doing. So expect a call from myself or someone in our office to maybe arrange a time so we can learn more and then potentially have conversations of, you know, where there's opportunity.
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Bressy, I see no further questions. I don't think you want to close, so I'll call the question. Please vote.
Bressy in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Thanks for coming today. Thanks, Ms. Beaverdorf.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We do appreciate that.
Okay, moving on to committee business. There was no standing committees. There is no correspondence, no delegation business, no notices of motion. So right in there, next, I'm going to go to council member reports. And I'm going to start with Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we were at Alberta Munis this past week in Edmonton, and great network, great courses and sessions. And of course, congratulations to Vice President Dylan Bressy. Here he's just a councillor, but on the provincial stage,
Not just a councillor.
but on a provincial scale, he's known as the Vice President of Alberta Munis now. So congratulations. It's great having you on that. You bring so much information back to the city that we also find as a resource. So congratulations once again. I attended the Chair Extraordinaire fundraiser for suicide prevention. It's one of those that is very somber, but a good time was had by all, and they did some great fundraising there also. The night before that was the Wapiti House and St. Lawrence Centre fundraising gala. We had a smoke alarm go off in the middle of that one, so we all got to mix and mingle outside for about 5 or 10 minutes till the fire guys reset the alarm. But again, a great event all the way around. Congratulations to the teams down at Wapiti House and St. Lawrence Centre for putting on a beautiful event. The night before that was the AGM for the Art Gallery of Grande Prairie. Attended that, but also had a chance to pop into the Twin Ice 20th-year anniversary. So it seemed like yesterday that facility was just opened, but it provides a great resource to our city, and I really enjoyed the event for what time that I had to spend there. So that was my week and a half. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Councillor Berg. Councillor Bosch.
Wow, look at this change. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I attended the Storm Board meeting, and, you know, with the help that the city gave them in this past few months here, they have really been progressing forward, and they will do a great job of being sustainable in the future. In the motions of planning with the City of Grande Prairie, the Halloween Parade and event, that will be held October 28th. The Bonnet Center, so looking forward to that. I also attended the Sport Connection Board Strategic Directions meeting. So that was a long meeting, but everybody has to have strategic directions, and it's a positive path moving forward. Grande Prairie Regional Rec Committee, part of that committee, and there we talked about regional black ice and the vacancy or non-vacancy in different areas of our region. There's a new brand logo going with a new marketing plan. So shortly you will see the evidence of that. It's really displays what we have for recreation in our community and our region. And as well, we went through a policy template for facility allocation for sports and rec. So look forward to seeing that in the future too. We had a shareholder meeting with UDI and Bill.
Stakeholder,
not shareholder.
Thank you.
Yeah, not a good time for shareholder, but good time for stakeholder. Thank you. Also, the ribbon cutting for the Grande Prairie Regional Association of Volunteer Organizations. Attended that. The Art Gallery AGM. The Chair Extraordinaire. You know, they made well over double what they normally make, just over $200,000 this year. And previously was the highest was 90. So good job on that organization. The Twin Ice 20th anniversary, and along with that was a tribute to our counselor, past counselor John Laners. So that was a pleasure to go to. We met with the U of A people, I don't know, government and community relations people for future planning of what the U of A may bring to this community. So look forward to what they're going to do in the future with the college potentially and with the city. And of course the Alberta Municipalities Conference. And then coming back this last Saturday, I was honored to go to the pipe ceremony for National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. So that was really nice to see. And people from all over came to that pipe ceremony. So that's something, if you haven't had the opportunity to do that, that's a great experience. And that's my report.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bosch. Councillor O'Connor.
Get the button to work. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I also attended a number of events that were mentioned earlier, BUILD and UDI, the Grande Prairie and Regional Association of Volunteers, ribbon cutting, attended a transportation at Muskasippi Park, attended a Highland Park Association meeting, had a social procurement workshop, attended the Wapiti House in St. Lawrence fundraiser. Very good event, except that fire that he tried to start next door to me. Twin Ice Arena's 20-year anniversary and a tribute to John Laners that was very well attended. Nighthawk 27th annual comedy night. It was some pretty risque topics there, especially if you're Irish. And went to A.B. Muni's, and I have to make a comment that Jackie represents our city and advocates on our behalf, is very truly to be proud of, and she represents our community in a great way. She does not miss an opportunity, and it's hard to keep up with her, but kudos to you, Mayor Clayton, and also congratulations to Mr. Vice President Dylan Bressy. Excellent job. You know how to work a room. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor O'Connor. Councillor O'Toole.
Finally got my computer working. Now I got my mic working. Thank you. I attended the International Day of Persons with Disabilities meeting, and that'll be going on later this year. I did attend the Rising Above Barbecue fundraiser, and that was attended very well. Also, I did the BUILD and the UDI, Regional Association of Volunteers. On the 22nd, I was barbecuing at the hospital. I don't know how many hamburgers. No, it wasn't hamburgers. It was sausage and eggs and pancakes for the doctors and the staff that were there. It was strictly staff and the doctors, and it was extremely well attended. We cooked a lot of food for a lot of people, and anything that was left over, it was taken to one of the homes here in town, and it was handed out. I also attended the social procurement workshop and the Wapiti House fundraiser in St. Lawrence Center. I ended up buying a fair amount of silent auction items, which my wife and I did not agree on, but I got them home. Looks like I'll be doing some ice fishing in that tent alone. But we'll get over that. Yeah. I did attend the Twin Ice Arena 20-year anniversary, and some of the memories that I think of when the Ice Arena is we had the Oilers have their preseason training camp here, and that was probably one of the most exciting things for a lot of people. not so much for me. I'm a Flames fan, but I know people that took time off work, and actually closed their offices down to watch those games and the process, and it was really good. Also, I did attend the tribute to John Laners, and it's very good, and he did a lot for this community, more than one can ever imagine. I did the Nighthawks annual comedy night. I was at the AB Munis. We met with a number of individuals, ministers, as well as other members of different councils in this province. On Saturday, I attended the Paul Vaskovich funeral. I've known this man for many, many, many years, and it was, I'm going to say it now, probably one of the best funerals I've ever been to. It was such meaningful, and won't get into it, but well-deserved celebration of life for him. On Sunday, I attended the PBR rodeo. I guess it's not bull riding, but it was great. It was a great event to host in the city, and for the city to be able to host it. And with that, I will carry on.
Thanks for that. Councillor Thiessen.
Oh, this is glorious. I get to follow the O team. That's awesome. Well, yeah, very busy week. Obviously, I've been deputy mayor, so we all know the duty. We know how hard our mayor works, and we get to pick up some of her scraps. They're not necessarily scraps because they're all great events in and around the community. The events you can attend, that is. I did attend Alberta Municipalities last week. It was a great time. As always, the conversations there are very engaging, lots to learn from other of our municipality members, and lots to share from the City of Grande Prairie, and lots of questions coming towards the City of Grande Prairie in regards to police, disaster management, and other stuff like that. So it's great because, you know, when you're there to talk with people, you're there to learn, and you're also there to teach. So glad that we are teaching things the right way. I was able to take in the effective meetings workshop on the early day of Alberta Munis. We'll see how that goes later on tonight, I think, when I take over the chair here. I also took in the Finance Committee, as well as a report on laughing matters and how important it is to keep your sense of humor in this line of work, presented by Peter Brown, not to be confused with the Mayor of Airdrie. This was the old CBC news reporter and comedy host. I also took in something on the code of conduct. Through all that, I did miss our mayor's presentation on disaster management, but by the conversations had in the hallways, it went over very, very well, and other municipalities learned, and we're grateful that she was there to share her experiences. As for the other stuff, oh wait, I should say congratulations, Dylan, on being elected as vice president as well. So cherry on top of the week. On September 20th, as part of the Mighty Peace Watershed Alliance, I rolled up my sleeves and put on my dirtiest clothes and jumped into the Pinnacle Storm Pond for a floating wetland project where we're trying to regrow a lot of the bulrushes, cattails, and also measure the different pollutants that get inside that storm pond. In total, there was 360 individual styrofoam crates containing root beds that I helped to lift out of the water there. So actually, I did all the 360. It was just kind of crazy, but there's only 3 of us working. It was a really, really great time, and it's good to get your hands dirty and not with just paper ink. September 23rd, I gave greetings for the Walk to Remember for Tiny Hands of Hope, as well as attended the Suicide Prevention Chair Extraordinaire and the tribute to John Laners in the Design Work Center at the Twin Ice Arenas. For me, this is a really nice opportunity, as I was off on vacation when John's funeral happened, so I wasn't able to pay my respects there. So it was nice to be able to pay the respects there and see such a fitting tribute and a glorious celebration of a great man's life in this community. So happy to be a part of that then, as I wasn't able to be a part of it earlier. And of course, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. I was part of the pipe ceremony, got to go on a walk side by side with the mayor. I think her dog's getting used to me after 2 weekends in a row, doing a kidney walk, and then well, she's starting to look like me. She's got to grow her curly hair out a little bit. But yeah, Penny's a good dog, and the mayor's a great lady to walk side by side with. And finally, I emceed the Run for the Cure here this past October 1st. where our community members helped to raise over $65,000 for cancer research. So I'm looking at my list here, and in total, all the events that I went to raised close to $700,000 in this community over the last 2 weeks. So way to go, Grande Prairie. I love your charitable heart.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I won't reiterate the things that were already said other than John Lehner's memorial. Really great to be able to reminisce about our friend another time. So that was very meaningful to me. A few other things. I'll start by an invitation. Tomorrow there's a Winter Games disc golf fundraiser at the Bear Paw Par 3 golf course. If anybody wants to drop in from 2 to 5 to see what disc golf's about and learn a little bit about what the games are doing, I'd love to take you on a couple of our very beginner-friendly holes, or there's organized stuff in the evening. So we've got sponsors have covered all the costs for this event, which means that every dollar we collect tomorrow is going towards the games. So invitation for members of council, members of staff, or anybody in the community. Happy to give you more information on that. One very interesting thing I got to do was I got to do a tour of Poundmaker Lodge along with the Alberta Municipalities Board. So this is a 12-step abstinence-based addictions treatment facility just outside of Edmonton. But what's really interesting about it is it's built, anybody's welcome to go, but it's built around an Indigenous spiritual perspective. So sweats, ceremony, smudging, all very much part of it, built with that spiritual perspective. But also we had the tour from the clinical director, and there's nurses and doctors on site. So really interesting fusion of culture with medicine, I guess traditional medicine with Western medicine to help people find healing. So really interesting, really great to see the work they've been doing for 50 years now. And they were very open to if there's anybody that from our administration that wants to learn more as we're opening some of our projects, they're happy to give anybody from our city a tour of it and share more. So happy to connect our staff with the clinical director if anybody wishes to do that. Also want to highlight that they are a free facility for anybody in Alberta to use. And so if anybody knows anybody that could benefit from that, I'd encourage you to help that person reach out to Poundmaker Lodge. Really neat facility. Last thing I'll say is I appreciate all the congratulations on my election to vice presidency, but I really want to say a very strong thank you to all of you. I know that you all were a very big part of that. Having the strong support of your council behind you is a really important part of that. I know all of you worked the room, wore stickers. Mayor Clayton, you sent an email on my behalf, which I appreciated. But a special thank you to Mike O'Connor, who was the self-appointed campaign manager for my campaign. And the dumb thing I did is I should have just told him, hey, Mike, you're managing this thing for me, because he worked his butt off on my behalf. And I really appreciate that, Mike especially, but all of you. I really appreciate the work you did to help me put myself forward for that position. And I look forward to serving not just you, but other councils across the province as we figure out how to build this amazing world of municipal government even better than we already are. So thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Everyone, I do have quite a list. Some of it's already been mentioned, but I'll go relatively quickly. Attended the storm opener, had the opportunity to drop the puck. I think the organization is on the right path. They had great turnouts, great events leading up to the opener, and then I saw in the AJHL showcase, they won their 2 games, so that was a great start to the season. This past weekend, attended the PBR event on the Sunday with Councillor O'Toole. I had heard the Friday and Saturday evening crowds were much bigger, so great to hear. I think that's the 3rd or 4th year we've hosted that, and that event just continues to get us great exposure, in particular through TSN. Had the opportunity to have breakfast with the MLA, Nolan Dick. It was an opportunity to get him up to speed on the great work that this council and organization continues to do in regards to advocating the province, but also in other local work that, just getting him up to speed on the significant undertaking of some of our projects. As mentioned, attended Alberta Munis. I had the privilege of graduating from the Municipal Leader Certificate Program. It's a series of courses that you take over multiple years whenever it works into your schedule. So I've now completed that. So I guess I'm legitimately a municipal politician now. But yeah, right. Anyways, so that was great, an opportunity. And I wanted to thank Chief Lemieux as well as my colleague, Councillor Leanne Beaupre, fellow colleague Mayor Zahara and his CAO. We spoke on an Alberta Munis Emergency Management panel in a session to talk about not only personal stories, but also about the future of emergencies and the opportunity that GPREP provides this region. So thank you to Chief Lemieux for supporting on that as well. Thank you to our internal teams for supporting Chief Lemieux and I. With the CAO and other members of InvestGP, had the opportunity to attend an evening hosted by the City of Grande Prairie, the County of Grande Prairie, and the MD of Greenview during the World Petroleum Congress. It was an opportunity for people that were attending the Congress to come learn more about our region, and it was very well received. We told about opportunities. Former MLA or former Minister Taves was one of the individuals on our panel, talked about opportunities with colleagues from the region, and really just had a good conversation around the future of this region. So I think it was very well attended and well received. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to Rising Above. As mentioned by somebody, they had Councillor O'Toole, they had a fundraiser. They exceeded their target. I had a phone-in conversation with them, and that just continues to be a great event where they really an old school telethon where they raise almost $100,000 in one day, and so congratulations to them. Attended the stakeholder meeting with Build and UDI, which will lead to future conversations on the house care crisis that our region is facing. Attended the opening, it was kind of funny, but an opening of a fountain. And so Aquaterra, it's actually a really great news story. Aquaterra installed a fountain that's for people and a lower fountain for dogs over by the South Bear Creek Dog Park. So I attended that opening, and I think it was just a really nice amenity added to that area. So it will be open till sometime in October, I was told. So if it's not working and you go there during the winter, it will work again in the spring. So thank you to Aquaterra for implementing that initiative. Attended with Councillor Thiessen the 4th Annual National Truth and Reconciliation 5K Walk. At least 100 people there. Great turnout, so thank you to the organizers of that. Attended the Twin Ice celebration, 20-year celebration, which is crazy to think it's been 20 years, but also recognizing our friend and colleague, Councillor Lainers in the lounge. The Legends Lounge was a really special day. So thank you for the organizers from our facility, our organization, as well as his family and friends that put that together. During Alberta Munis, had the opportunity to be part of an AJHL jersey picture. So it was great to have all the mayors from the host communities of AJHL teams. And so far, we're on a right path, and a couple of them like to sort of challenge us. So we'll wait till we get going here, but I think the Storm are off on the right foot. Had a great conversation with the Women's Building Futures Executive Director and how that they can integrate more into our community in Northwest Polytech into high schools and really identify opportunities for women in trades. As Councillor Thiessen mentioned, attended the Grande Prairie Kidney Walk. One thing I wanted to mention about that is we were 3rd in Alberta in fundraising. We outraised Red Deer, and so I think it was something really to be proud of. And at that ceremony, I think there was 3 individuals who recognized that on themselves have now been raised over $1,000 on their own. So congratulations to the organization and the individuals on that. I really enjoyed the U of A, University of Alberta conversation in the future of collaboration in our region and our community. And during AB Munis, had the opportunity with my council colleagues to meet with Minister Sawney, Minister Jones, the ADM of Transportation, and Minister Amory, where we identified and explained more on our advocacy priorities and keeping those items relevant. And really, I want to thank Council for the support that they give me in those meetings. As like today, I do a lot of the talking, but I think that it's really important for our colleagues to be up to speed, and so I appreciate that. Congratulations, Councillor Bressy. Councillor Bressy travels the province on behalf of Alberta municipalities while always representing us very well. Does a great job representing all the municipalities from the smallest to the largest. So congratulations to you, and thank you for the work that you do in our province. Last thing I'm going to mention, as with Councillor O'Toole, attended the memorial service for Paula Vaskovich. InvestGP did a highlight on this individual. You can't pass an apartment building or a multifamily complex in this city without knowing that Mr. Vaskovich had some input on that. He was had the foresight in development, in multifamily, way before many other people in this region, and was just a significant individual for helping raise the identity of Grande Prairie. He also was a strong philanthropist, giving significant dollars to Northwest Polytech in turn for the training of healthcare professionals at Grande Prairie Regional Hospital. It was a lovely service. Actually, it was kind of fun, and so my condolences go out to his family and friends, and thank you for inviting us. And with that, we will see you back here at 6 o'clock today. Thank you. one. Good evening and welcome to the evening session of City Council meeting of October 3rd, 2023. A couple items of business tonight. First, we're going to deal with public hearings. There's one public hearing tonight. Just get it open here. I'll call this public hearing to order and look for an introduction from administration. Ms. Downing, Mr. Johnson, when you're ready. And this is regarding land use bylaw rezoning from CA to arterial commercial, from arterial commercial to rural industrial. Ms. Downing.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Administration has received an application to change the land use designation of a property located at 53044 Highway 670 from CA, arterial commercial, to IR, rural industrial. The purpose of the rezoning is to facilitate the development of an RV storage business, which is classified as recreational vehicle storage in the city's land use bylaw. The subject property is in the northeast corner of the city. It is located directly north of 132nd Avenue and has direct access to it. It is in the future will be a 4-lane road. The parcel is 2.95 hectares in size and it has private servicing. The surrounding land use is primarily agricultural with some country residential lots and an industrial lot directly to the east. There is a legally non-conforming single detached dwelling on the property. It may remain, but it cannot be expanded. The applicant, move to the next slide. The application is consistent with the municipal development plan and the Northern Lights area structure plan. There is no outline plan for this area as per policy in our MDP. The ASP designates the majority of the land for future industrial and commercial uses with the intention of supporting development that utilizes private services and cross sections. Administration recommends that Council give 3 readings to Bylaw C-1260-173. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that introduction. I'll now open it up to Council for questions of administration. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question to you is, since they're not allowed to put any new buildings, there won't be any kind of covered shelter for RVs on the property?
Ms. Downing?
Thank you through the mayor. They would be allowed to construct new buildings if they discontinued the use of the house. So as it stands now, any uses that they would have to not involve new buildings on the site. So yes, you're correct.
So they could trade is what you're saying?
And they could upgrade the property to using it only for commercial uses or industrial uses. And then they would be allowed to build new buildings.
Oh, okay. Because on here it says they're not permitted to expand a non-conforming use or construct new buildings on the property.
Ms. Downing?
Thank you through the mayor. If they want to continue that non-conforming use. So the current non-conforming use is the use of the single detached dwelling. So they can't expand that non-conforming use. And while that non-conforming use continues to exist on the property, they cannot construct new buildings as per the Municipal Government Act. So,
okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just curious how many acres or hectares there is, and are they planning on graveling it around the house? It looks like the west side there is field. I'm somewhat familiar with it, but just curious how many acres or hectares.
Ms. Downing?
Thank you through the mayor. The parcel is 2.95 hectares. We haven't received a development permit application yet, so we're not aware of their plans to develop the site, but the applicant is here today.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Ms. Downing. I'm just curious if the house that's the said his non-conforming use, if that was gone, would they be allowed then to develop any other buildings on that particular property?
Ms. Downing?
Thank you through the mayor. Yes, they would be allowed to develop other buildings. And the IR district is attached to your package. Any of the uses in that district would be available to the applicant.
So if the house were an office instead of a house, would that change any of that?
Ms. Downing?
Thank you through the mayor. I would have to look at the district to make sure that Yes, if the office was secondary and subordinate to the use on the site, the house could be converted to an office and used.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there's an approximate number of RVs that were recommended on this property. Have we got that far in the plan yet?
Ms. Downing?
Thank you, through the mayor. No, the land use districts allows RV storage, or the recreational storage business. So they would have to come in and apply for a development permit, and the site considerations would be part of that application.
Just one more follow-up. Is there going to be a need for a traffic assessment?
Thank you,
Downing, yep.
through the mayor. This application was circulated to the engineering department, and as long as they don't change the existing access, the use can continue without any upgrades. However, because it is going to be a future 4-lane road, major improvements to the site may require changes to the access in the future.
Thank you very much.
All right, so I see no further questions for administration. Thank you for your time. I now will go to the presentation submission portion of this public hearing and ask to see if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. I'll give you a time to come up. You know the process. If you could just introduce yourself for those who might be watching at home. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Scott Rossler is with Helix Engineering. Appreciate your time tonight and shuffling agendas around for us.
Before you start, if you could introduce your colleague.
With me, I was getting to that, yeah. With me is Dustin Andrew, he's the landowner. So any questions on that, I'll defer to him as far as like what future development plans are. I will let you know that we're just in the rezoning stage, so we don't have development plans or anything completed yet, but I think Ms. Downing and Mr. Johnson went through the details of the availability of uses and whatnot. So if there are any questions on that, we're happy to answer. But they're for the most part, we've kind of gone through that pretty thoroughly. We vetted several different zonings here, and if you recall, I was actually here originally rezoning this to CA. So now that development has come forward and an actual landowner and use is available. Now we've kind of refined that a little bit. So primary use being RV storage. He does want to continue all the uses that are there today. So essentially, the area that's there is 7.5 acres. Dustin thinks the maximum that we can probably use for RV storage is about 5. It'll obviously stage into that. As to so obviously most of it would be graveled, so we would have to have some sort of surface on that. The kind of typical RV storage for areas is about 40 to 50 per acre. So maximum of about just over 200, I would say, 200 to 250. So that kind of gives you an idea of what would potentially be out there. We were just discussing, and I don't think that's likely not in the first year, but that would be the potential for it. So the intention would be to continue, and this was the discussion through the rezoning, would be to continue the occupation of the house. So that was critical in this situation, which we actually feel is pretty relevant to the RV storage. Provides a little more security and whatnot with the site, which is a pretty common problem with RV. So if you have any other questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for being here, gentlemen. For, I guess, the owner, and we're talking use here in the house, where do you plan to run the RV storage business out of the house, or do you have a separate business, or would it be a card lock system?
Thanks. It will be a card lock. They'll have access with a key fob or just a manual key fob button on the side. It's going to be stationed basically north of the house and then directed eventually into the green space, the field there on the side. So it will be right parallel with the highway. But for now, I just want to do roughly 2.5 acres to see if there's potential for growth. But yeah, so it'll be behind the house at first.
Okay, no, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
All right. I don't see anyone else in the queue with questions, so I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll now ask a second time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment. I will ask a third time and check to see that there's no one online who is here to speak in support of this amendment. Seeing none, I will now ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to this land use bylaw amendment. I'll ask a second time. If there's anyone in the chambers or online, please identify yourself in speaking against this land use bylaw amendment. And a third time, seeing if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to this land use bylaw amendment. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and look to business arising. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move that council give first reading to Bylaw C-1260-173, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Perfect. That motion is in order. There is no discussion or debate on first reading, so I'll call the question.
Bressy in favor.
Bosch in favor.
And that's carried unanimously. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, Mayor Clayton, I'd like to move that council give second reading to Bylaw C-1260-173.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. An opportunity for discussion or debate. Seeing none, I'll call the question on second reading.
Bosch in favor.
I'll just check with who you're missing. Give us a minute here. All right, so it appears the voting system is frozen. I'll call the question again in that. I'll ask who's in favor with an aye. Councillor Bressy.
Aye.
Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Bosch.
Aye.
Councillor Thiessen.
Aye.
Councillor O'Connor.
Aye.
Councillor Bosch.
Berg? Aye.
Apologies. And Mayor Clayton's in favor. That carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move that council have third reading of Bylaw C-1260-173 at this meeting.
All right, an opportunity for any discussion or debate. This, in order for us to have third reading here tonight, must pass unanimously. I will call the question. Please vote. We'll try it again.
Bressy in favor.
Councillor Bressy in favor. Councillor Bosch, you're good? You just turned there.
In favor.
Councillor Bosch in favor. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move that council give third reading to Bylaw C-1260-173, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thank you for that. So this is third reading on Bylaw C-1260-173. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote.
Councillor Berg in favor.
Councillor Bosch in favor.
And that too carries unanimously. Moving on to delegation business for tonight, we have 5 delegations who let us know ahead of time. Just for those who may be watching online, if you're interested to come to speak to council, that's great. There's 2 options, at 3 p.m. or 6 p.m. We just ask that you fill out the piece of paperwork online to let us know which time you're coming, because we don't always have an evening delegation. First on our agenda today, item 16.1, Ms. Sarah Card. So if you'd like to come forward, I'll give you a few minutes to get set up. Your mic is on, you're ready to go. Whenever you're ready, if you could just introduce yourself for those who may be watching online. Thank you and welcome.
She gave me really good instructions on how to do this, and then I'm So my name is Sarah Carden. I'm the producer for the Bear Creek Folk Fest, and my primary reason for being here today, honestly, is just to give an update on the festival and then a giant thank you to the city. As soon as my slides are working.
No worries.
Not? Let's go with. Well, that's very sad, but I'll send all of you the slides that I intended to show.
Sorry, before you start, Ms. Card, just so I know that there's other delegations here tonight. Delegations take about 5 minutes. I'll open it up for council to have questions. And then at the end, if there's any business arising, it's after all the delegations. But thank you for coming, and go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll try to talk super fast.
Thank you.
Again, a huge thank you to the city for all of your extremely wonderful support, and an extra huge thank you for all of the work that the city put into making sure that the park was in really good shape to host our event. We were really proud to present a fantastic looking site for all of our out-of-town attendees. As always, we recognize the city as the sponsor for kids under 12 entering free, and we saw over 1,000 kids this year under the age of 12 coming into our festival, so it was very, very successful. This was an incredibly successful year overall. The hill was noticeably way more full than we've ever seen it, and I'm sad I didn't get to bring a picture because it really was just incredible. We got very lucky and had fabulous weather all weekend. Our on-site sales were up by 30% from our best ever year that we'd previously had. And we received a cascade of feedback after the festival from first-time out-of-town attendees and volunteers saying that they loved the event and that it's one of, if not their favorite festival they've ever been to. So it was just really exciting to hear all that feedback. Additionally, we've gotten a lot of unsolicited feedback from multiple attendees, both returners and out-of-town, who said that we got the size just perfect this year. And that they really wouldn't want us to change. So we're happy with how we ran things. We received similar feedback from our artists, including an email that I was really excited about from Jim Cuddy of Blue Rodeo, who said that his workshop that he played at our fest was one of his favorite he's ever done in his history of festivals. So I was really excited about that. Overall, we also increased our national presence, and I heard afterwards about print articles that made it into several papers around Ontario and BC and other parts of Canada. So that was also neat to see that we're really starting to get noticed around the country. Tickets for our 2024 festival are not even on sale yet, and there's already a waiting list at the box office for people who want weekend passes. A few fun stats, and this was one of the slides I was really excited to show you guys. We had over 6,000 people on site each day of the festival, which represents a 27% growth. And that is based on a hard body count from people who actually redeemed their tickets. We saw an even larger percentage of out-of-town attendees than we have in the past. So not only was there a substantial growth in the attendance, but the breakdown was an even bigger growth for the tourism draw. And 47% of our audience came from the city of Grande Prairie, and 14% came from within 100 kilometers away. So in other words, 39% of our audience commuted from over 100 kilometers away to attend, and in some cases from extremely far afield. Over 15% came from the Edmonton region, which is especially exciting to me because they have such a fantastic festival that happens just the week before ours. And I heard from so many people who've actually switched to attending our festival and driving all the way here instead of the one in their own backyard, just due to the intimate vibe and the layout and how accessible our event is. So that, again, that was really exciting. We also saw people from southern Alberta, including quite a few from Calgary, as well as around BC, including the far tip of Vancouver Island, and a small handful from Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Northwest Territories, various parts of Ontario, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, California, Minnesota, and even Chicago, Illinois. So we were just really excited about how far people traveled to come, and we saw in some of those out-of-province places, we saw people from multiple regions. We also saw a similar trend with our volunteers, with many of our first-time volunteers who had never previously come to Grande Prairie, traveling great distances to be part of our festival and to volunteer for us. All in all, this was the best possible scenario year and a success by every possible measure. It was financially strong, and I'm happy to say that we will be able to reduce our debt by another $100,000 to $150,000. So though that doesn't get us out of the woods, that is certainly going to be a huge help and a step in the right direction. A few fun facts about this year's festival. So as mentioned, we were excited about the 27% increase from the number of tickets sold at our 2022 festival, which at that time was a record year. And we saw attendees commuting from 162 different towns and cities from around Western Canada and beyond this year, which also was a record for us. We felt an incredible contribution from our 600 volunteers who put in over 20,000 working hours to make all this happen. We donated hundreds of tickets to local organizations like Odyssey House and Sunrise House, and welcomed numerous fire evacuees, both by providing free tickets and welcoming people last minute into our volunteer family, and there were a lot of lovely stories that came out of that. We are also proud that we presented an incredibly diverse lineup, including, among other things, 17% of our artists identifying as Aboriginal this year. We do still have challenges ahead. Against our best efforts, our costs have increased by 30% in the past few years, primarily due to inflation and the ripple effects that it has on artist fees and transportation, et cetera. So this year was the first time that our cash costs actually well exceeded $1 million to put on this festival. I am aware that there has been discussion in the past from the city about possibly gradually reducing our funding, but I just have to throw it out there that even just keeping our funding at the same level, this does actually, the percentage of our event that is actually being funded is inherently already being reduced, just because our costs have been going up so much.
Perfect. Ms. Card, if I could ask you to sort of wrap up, that'd be great.
Okay. Basically, one question that I've had from council is how much our event can increase. And basically, we just want to be very, very careful to not ruin what it is that people really love about the festival and the vibe. So we want to just be very careful about how we proceed with that. And I'd love to, chat with you guys individually when there's time when there's more time to do that. But I'm fiercely proud of the event that we put on, and so grateful for the incredible support that the city has given us.
Perfect. Thank you for your presentation. I do have a couple of councillors with questions. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I was just contemplating whether I should even ask it because you just asked it or threw it out there. The question was around how can we help you grow? And again, you just said we need to be cautious because it is a beautiful, intimate atmosphere out there.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the reasons why we are continually breaking records with the number of people who are willing to commute from far away and come from Edmonton and Calgary is because they prefer the intimacy of our events. So we really want to be careful not to ruin that for them. We do have a long-term plan that involves annexing some land on the other side of the creek, and that would allow us to grow our audience. It's going to take us a while to get there, though, because that's going to involve a heavy increase in our cost as well as a heavy increase in our volunteer needs. And because we're already getting hit with so much increase in costs, we kind of have to catch up first before we're able to do that. But there is a long-term plan that would allow us to facilitate to do that. In the meantime, I can see us selling maybe a couple hundred more tickets next year. But again, we want to be really careful not to alienate. And honestly, we grew so much this year. Like I know a lot of events are asked to grow 5% per year. We grew 27% since last year, and last year we had represented also a major growth. So the last 2 years have been an extreme level of growth for us, and we do just need to be careful and have a chance to catch up a little bit before pushing too much further.
Wonderful, and congratulations on a beautiful event.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you for coming. Yes, it was a fabulous event. My question is, I guess, based on capacity, and you somewhat alluded to a couple of hundred more tickets. Would you say that would be full capacity for the location that you're on now?
I mean, we have to feel it out year by year, and we're constantly working on ways that we can tweak things. But until we're able to expand to the other side of the river, which, as I said, is going to be a massive new cost. I don't know that we could increase by much more than that. That also inherently, though, just to be clear, that's a couple hundred more tickets sold. We're also about 100 volunteers shy this year of target, so we are also still able to welcome another 100 people as volunteers, and those people will come both locally and from far afield as well.
I have one more.
Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Regarding sponsorship, with what it costs you to put on this event, can you give us a percentage of what is covered by sponsorship?
So with the budget this year, which was, like I said, over $1 million, and it's going to go up again next year, there was we had about close to $250,000 in sponsorship dollars. If you include our gift in kind sponsorships, the budget of this year's event was actually more like $1.3 million, because we do get about $300,000 in gift in kind as well. That money I'm not factoring into the figure. Like, what I'm talking about is just cash cost of putting on the event. Like we said, we've just seen costs absolutely explode.
Right. I'm just thinking of different angles for you as far as getting some more dollars. Thank you.
Just on that same vein, I'll jump in before Councillor Teese. And what percentage of growth did you see in your sponsorship?
The sponsorships, we've had a steady growth year over year. I mean, just to put it into perspective, in 2018, the highest we'd ever done was 60,000, and we've over the years grown it to now sitting at close to $250,000, and we're working on continuing to increase that. We're taking on some larger scale sponsors. And we had, even following the festival, I was immediately contacted by a couple of local companies offering us major new sponsorships. Unfortunately, we also, on the flip side, have some other sponsorships that are starting to fade, and some other grant money. I expect our Travel Alberta money to end next year, This year we may or may not have provincial funding. So as much as we're growing on some levels, we're also trying to play catch up to the people that are not able to necessarily support us forever.
Thanks. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for coming in with a good news story here today, Sarah. Just a couple of comments, and then I have a couple quick questions I think you could answer fairly easily. Just from my own experience, when you grow too fast because the expectation is there, sometimes it blows up in your face. And I think that's why I'm sitting in this chair now rather than running my own little festival somewhere else. So I think it's a wise move on yours to hold the growth and hold these years at these numbers right now. I know you sold out for the 3 days in a row. So what is your sellout capacity that you held it at this year?
So when you include all the tickets sold, as well as our 600 volunteers and all the passes that we give free, it amounted to just over 6,000 people per day in terms of bodies on site. And that is including the fact that a number of the people who had comps didn't necessarily come. Like we managed this year to actually get incredibly accurate data, which was really helpful.
Beautiful. So I guess that leads really nicely into my next question on volunteers. I know that there's a big push even at the last minute to get as many volunteers as possible. I'm not sure if you hit your numbers or not, but 600 sounds like a lot. That's about 1 per every 10 participants at the festival. But did you hit all your volunteer numbers?
We could have used close to another 100 more, but this was definitely our best year. We had over 100 more volunteers than we've ever had in any year, so that we saw growth in that area as well. And this was probably the first year that our volunteers have not necessarily felt overworked. There were some areas that we could beef up in, particularly within our security. There are a lot of spots that should be partnered where people are working alone. So just to give more comfort to our volunteers and allow people to make sure that they're able to enjoy the festival, we could use another 100 more. But we're functioning quite well now with the number that we had.
Beautiful, yeah. And even after the event, I think your volunteers are really well organized and put together. I think we had the park back to normal pretty much within 3 days. That's the fastest I've ever seen a tear down there. So thanks for that, and thanks to all the volunteers who helped make that happen.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. Well, I don't see anyone else in the queue, so thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate your information, and congratulations on a great festival.
Okay, thank you so much.
Next on our list of delegates tonight is Mr. Frank Skolly. If you would like to come on up, get yourself set up, and then when you're ready, introduce yourself and your guest. And again, take 5 minutes, and then I'll open it up to Council for questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for your time.
Thanks for coming.
My name is Frank Skolly. I'm the first Vice President of the Grande Prairie Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 54. Thanks, comrade.
And I am Rob Simmons. I am the incoming president of the Rotary Club of Grande Prairie.
Tonight, what we'd like to address you about is I have a couple pictures of the welcome signs into Grande Prairie that show the various service clubs. Just so some of you know, the service clubs, lately we've been getting together quarterly, a bunch of us, and discussing different things. And one of the things is this: we'd like the city to look at updating these boards and also putting up more names of the groups in town that are community service groups.
And before you continue, Mr. Skolly, can I just, there we go. So can you just rotate that the other way?
Wrong way.
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Okay. That one, both of them are the same. That particular sign is in front of the McDonald's at Costco. So it's coming in from the west on 100 Street. And the other picture I have is coming in as in front of Honda, coming in from Sexsmith, Claremont. Okay. They're at the old city boundaries. So We're asking council to look at putting up new ones, putting them on the new city boundaries. And we're asking for 5 locations coming in west from Hythe and Beaver Lodge, 116th Street coming in from the traffic circle, down by the UFA coming in from Claremont, Sexsmith, 132nd Avenue when you're coming in from Byzantin, and also on Highway 40 when you're coming in from the south. Okay, and some of the groups that we're representing tonight is not just the Legion and the Rotary. We're with Anavets, Lions Club,
Army Navy, Scouts, Salvation Army,
Girl Guides, several community service groups. Okay, and so we're asking the city to put up new signs and go from there.
All right. Well, thank you for your presentation. I'll open up to council in case they have any questions. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Thanks for what both the organizations do and all these other organizations you're with. Definitely, I don't think you have to sell us on the benefits you bring to the community. I just want to be sure I'm crystal clear. I'm understanding the request. Are you asking for the city to fully fund the putting up of these signs as well?
Yes. Some of these groups don't have the funding in place to do something like this. Okay, so like their funding goes 100% into various things. So we're asking the city just to put up a sign in appreciation of these groups.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. And if you had any conversations with our administration or done any work to figure out how big a financial ask this likely is?
I did have some discussion with Councillor Wendy Bosch, and also trying to deal with some of the people at the service center. They're more than friendly, but this is something new, okay? It hasn't been dealt with in years, so they've asked for guidance from City Council.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming. It's good. As far as funding, I'm wondering, with all the organizations that you're talking about, if there was some sort of sign that the city decided to put up, but if you wanted something, you know, a little bit bigger and better and shinier and brighter, perhaps some of the groups would put some dollars into it. I'm looking at this one right here.
I am sure it is something that we could take back to the club. At this point, we figured we'd just come in and throw the ask on council and the mayor and see what you guys are willing to do. Obviously, the Rotary Clubs of Grande Prairie do have a little bit of money, and it is something that we could bring back to our club and our executive level to discuss. We wanted to bring it to you guys first.
But we are looking too at some of the groups don't have the funding.
Right.
You know, the Legion is looking at what it can do for themselves, but there are groups that don't have the funding.
100%.
The cadets, the scout program, stuff like that, right? They just don't have that money set aside.
I'm in agreement. They're tired. They need some help.
Yeah. Any little bit helps.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in, gentlemen, and for all the good work that you do. I have 2 questions. One is just clarification. You're looking for 4 signs? 5 signs? Okay, cool. That's why I asked for clarification. And how many service organizations? So I got a list: Legion, Rotary, Anavets, Lions, Army, Navy, Salvation Army. That's about 6, sorry.
We're looking at Air Cadets, Army Cadets, Girl Guides, Scouts. There's a couple more on here that we haven't actually reached contact with. Masons,
Elks.
Elks we have contacted with. They do one. And there's this one group here. I don't know if you can see it. We're looking to hunt them down and see if they're interested in it too. But and whatever other service groups might want to come forward.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're not really saying who we think should be on there. We're just representing the clubs that we have met with and spoken with. Obviously, it would be council's decision on who all deserves to be up there. We're just representing the clubs that we have spoken with.
And I guess the reason why I asked is because we have so many great organizations in our community that do so much in their capacity that this sign can be very populated very quick. And driving by on the highway sometimes could be, you know, you don't get to see everything that you'd want to see or see all the service organizations there. So I guess that's why I asked how many, and I guess dimensionally how big. Are we looking at the same size as the old signs, or are we looking?
Well, once again, I tried looking up these signs under Alberta Transportation. Okay, and there used to be the big brown signs, and you put a symbol on them. And I think now they've gone to the blue and white, and you put a symbol on them. And I think they have universal sizes. Okay, but that would be something that the city sign department would have to tell me exactly what they want, because that's for provincial roads. Okay, so it's recommendations, but what the city does is what the city does.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen.
All right. Well, thank you for your presentation. As mentioned, delegation business happens at the end of all the delegates. So please, you're welcome to stay. Otherwise, administration will follow up with you pending any business that may be arising.
Thank you again for your time.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Next on our list is Ms. Debra Gustavson. If you would like to come forward. The mics are already on, so whenever you're ready, if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself for those who might be watching at home. Take 5 minutes, and then council may have some questions. Thanks, and welcome.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Sorry, Ms. Gustafson, if you could just pull the mic. There we go.
Thank you. My name is Debra, and I am a board member of the Mission Heights Neighborhood Association and have been asked to speak on behalf of the Mission Heights community. Considering there has been a newly elected council, I will provide some background information regarding the naturalization initiative on the Mission Heights Toboggan Hill and Ravine. In 2020, City Council chose to include the Mission Heights Toboggan Hill and Ravine into the naturalization project. This decision was made and implemented without consultation with the community or the residents of the 42 homes who directly back onto this space. There have been numerous complaints and concerns presented to the city by Mission Heights residents over the last few years. Some of the concerns are as follows: the potential fire risk to the neighboring homes, especially after the fire season of this year. The potential increase of rodents and wildlife predators in the area, an area where children and pets frequently use. The loss of this highly used and valued educational and recreational space for the community. Noxious weeds overtaking the area and spreading to neighboring yards. The decrease of the value of the homes without the reduction of municipal taxes. There were numerous spot fires in Bear Creek during the last fire season. A local insurance company was contacted, and we inquired if naturalizing areas directly behind the homes would increase the cost of home insurance due to the increased fire risk. We were told by an adjuster that naturalization could affect insurance rates if there was a fire within our area. In 2021, City Council offered a compromise to mow a small walking trail in the ravine and an attempt to mow the large toboggan hill before winter, but with no promise of implementation. In the last 2 years, all the previously listed concerns are still very real and greatly impact on our community's ability to use the area for recreation. The Toboggan Hill and the adjoining smaller hill are used year-round by adults, families, children, and pets. The Ravine Valley is a beautiful space where people frequently walk and explore, a great place for a scavenger hunt. The walking path mowed by the city is narrow and limits the ability to walk and play safely. The valley leads to another hill next to Michaelis Boulevard, which the community has utilized as another tobogganing area for families. The community had submitted official letters to council from the principals of St. Kateri Catholic School and the Grande Prairie Christian School, stating that the area was frequently used by teachers to provide educational lessons and to play and explore the hills and ravine. 2 letters were also included from teachers and educational assistants who have been directly impacted by the Council's decision to naturalize this recreation area. Another organization that has been negatively impacted by this is the YMCA daycare based out of St. Kateri Catholic School. An impact letter from YMCA director of 13 years explaining how this has affected her and the children attending the daycare has been included in the submissions. The evidence sent to Council includes 11 action forms and letters from residents explaining the negative impacts of this on the residents and the request for mowing to be reinstated, as well as video evidence of the Grande Prairie Police Force using this area to train their canine dogs. Lastly, a resident of Mission Heights conducted a petition which has been submitted into evidence. The petition has accumulated 464 signatures. The community is not against naturalization and believes in the value it holds. However, this space is a highly used recreational area, and we do not believe recreational spaces should be naturalized. The Mission Heights Neighborhood Association is willing to work with City Council on initiatives that will increase biodiversity and bring more pollinators to our area in a way that complements our community. An application for the Native Plant Habitat Grant has been submitted with the idea of using the ravine area if approved. As this matter has been presented to City Council previously, we are hoping that Council will better understand how much recreational and education value this space holds and will reinstate mowing in full as has been previously done in the last 30 years.
Thank you for your presentation.
Just one more thing, Jack?
Sure, quickly.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton.
That's okay.
On a more personal note, quite a few years ago, I planted a baby's breath flower. They are fragrant, hardy, and attractive. After a few years, I was politely approached by bylaw personnel who advised me that baby's breath is a noxious weed and would need to be removed. I removed the weed and planted a bleeding heart. So I feel there is a double standard with naturalization of a park on the city's behalf. And every spring, the City of Grande Prairie offers various seeds and planting and information regarding removal of noxious weeds in our yards. I appreciate the gesture, but again, is that not a double standard when noxious weeds are growing in our parks and is part of naturalization? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I will just say before I open it up to questions from council that your presentation is very timely. Next week at Standing Committee, Council Standing Committee of Operations expects to hear a report from administration updating the evaluation of how naturalization went this year as requested from council. So very timely to share your thoughts and how it's impacting you personally, but next week at Standing Committee, council will actually receive an administrative report on naturalization. So thank you for your presentation. I don't see anybody in the queue. So thank you for coming. And as with the other delegates, delegation business is handled at the end of the other delegates. So thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Council.
Next on the list, I have Ms. Brooke, and I apologize if it's a male, but Brooke Blaikie. And if there we go. And I apologize if I mispronounced your name, but get set up. The microphone is on. Whenever you're ready, take 5 minutes, speak to council about your concerns, and then there may be questions.
Okay, sounds good. I've never talked into a mic before, so let me know if I'm
all right. And just for those who are watching, if you could introduce yourself, that'd be great.
Will do. Before I begin, though, I am not very professional in this, but I just wanted to acknowledge, by a show of hands, who is here to support the Mission Heights, Toboggan Hill, and Ravine. So I just wanted to start with that. My recollection here, I'm going to say good afternoon. My name is Brooke Blaikie, and I'm a resident of the Mission Heights who has been directly impacted by the city's decision to naturalize the Mission Heights Hill and Ravine. I live in one of the 42 homes that back onto this area. I spoke at Council in 2021, addressing a lot of these concerns that Debra just presented, and I'm back again voicing the same concerns. In fact, the last time I spoke, I addressed my concern of the increase of wildlife predators due to the naturalizing of the specific spot. At the time, I had experienced multiple reported encounters of coyotes in broad daylight running out in front of me and my toddler. The city did not listen, and my family ultimately suffered the consequences. This March, a coyote entered our fenced backyard and viciously attacked our dog. I was fortunate that I was able to get the coyote to release my dog. $1,200 later from the vet, our dog was lucky to be alive. However, he's never been the same since. I'm just grateful it wasn't one of my 2 small children. To make a long story short, I reported the incident to the city. The city told me it wasn't their responsibility and to call Fish and Wildlife. Fish and Wildlife said it wasn't in their jurisdiction as it's within city limits. But they came in to inspect the area regardless. I was able to speak to the Fish and Wildlife officer who responded. I explained the issue in the spot with it being naturalized and the increase in coyotes we've experienced ever since. I explained how the city has tried to tell us that this would not be a concern, and he full-heartedly disagreed. He said that because this area particularly backs onto the Bear Creek trails, it would absolutely draw an increase of unwanted wildlife into our area. He encouraged me to continue petitioning the city to get this area properly maintained again. When I addressed the city with this, they tried telling me that the entire city had a coyote problem. And while I don't deny that, I haven't heard of any other area in the city dealing with coyotes attacking pets in their fenced backyards or having coyotes run out in front of humans in broad daylight. I understand this is a he said, she said encounter, but it's yet another example of a professional validating our experiences. This area is a highly used recreational area and has been since this subdivision was created, as this spot has been mowed for about 30 years. The Big Toboggan Hill, the smaller adjoining hill, the entire ravine valley, including the secondary toboggan hill by, I always say this wrong, Michaelis Boulevard. It's no secret that multiple residents have been mowing this spot since the city stopped 3 years ago. I admitted this when I spoke to council in 2021. So it was quite off-putting this summer when the city failed to inform residents about the bylaw that was being broken and instead went straight to having bylaw threatening residents with fines. And I must say, as someone who was targeted and threatened by bylaw if I continued, it's been worth it seeing how much enjoyment and educational value this area brings to the community. Even the bylaw officer who called me made a point to say how much she appreciates people like myself who are looking out for others with our community. However, it's the city that should be looking after the community, not the one who's requesting bylaw to threaten residents like myself. I've been born and raised in Grande Prairie, and this is an area that the city should be investing in. I care because Grande Prairie bore my roots, and spaces like these help others do the same. There's a little bit of magic in this spot that I wish the city would see. There's room and access for a playground, benches, fruit plants, and many other initiatives that encourage pollinators while still promoting a great recreational spot for residents and students. So I'd like to end my speech by reading a couple paragraphs from letters that were submitted to council regarding this. The first letter is from Krista Sturr, a GP public school teacher. She says, "For the past 6 years, I've taken my grade 6 students on walks to the ravine for PE and science classes. The ravine offers a safe environment for students to explore the outdoors with natural sightlines above and below. Students sit in the grass and record their scientific observations of the space around them, climb the footpaths that connect the top and lower levels, and enjoy running freely along the ravine for wide games. I would not feel comfortable bringing my students to the area with 2 feet of grass to weed through because of sightlines. In essence, you can't bet the space if you can't see what's hiding in the grass. As a resident, it would be sad to have a beautiful area of our city left untouched and unappreciated. I ask that you thoughtfully consider leaving the ravine open for Grande Prairie residents to enjoy by removing it from the naturalization program." The second and last letter I have is from Mallory Payne, the St. Kateri YMCA director. She says, "I am writing this letter to express the issues I have had with the Toboggan Hill and Ravine area in Mission Heights being naturalized. This decision has affected my work life as well as my personal life. I've worked at the St. Kateri YMCA for almost 13 years, and this area has been one of our favorite places to bring the children. We normally use this area year-round with the children as it's a wonderful green space within our community. The children fondly name this area the Valley, as that is how they view the wonderful space. In the summer, fall, spring, we use this area daily. The children love rolling in the grass, running up and down the hill, as well as having the ability to spread out and have their own space. We also allow the children to explore the tree areas, letting their imaginations lead their play. We can no longer allow the children just to be kids because it's become unsafe to do so. We love this area to fly kites, have picnics, and the children use the basketball court area to draw with chalk and have hockey games. Since the grass has stopped being mowed, we have been unable to use the area because it's unsafe to do so. The wasps and bugs have become out of control. I have children with allergies in my care, and I cannot risk being in that area. With the area not being maintained, I cannot allow my children to explore and have fun because I'm worried about what I'm worried about what the children could find hidden in the grass. They also can no longer sit or roll down the hill without coming in contact with a prickly plant, causing injuries to themselves. These issues have now made this previously wonderful area off limits to our daycare children, as well as to many neighborhood children. For the reasons stated in this letter, I urge Council to please reconsider the decision to naturalize Mission Heights, Ravine, and Toboggan Hill, and reinstate regular maintenance so that we can once again enjoy it safely. This is a well-loved and well-used area by many, and it's very missed. Please help make the valley safe again. These are just a few from the multitude of letters submitted to Council regarding this. Over the last 3 years, there have been endless letters, phone calls, in-person advocacy with several City Council members, 2 separate petitions, 4 City Council delegations counting today that have been involved addressing these concerns. So I hope this is enough evidence for City Council to finally agree to reinstate mowing in full as it once was. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your presentation. I will open up to Council for questions, recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Blaikie. It is a beautiful park, and I've often walked by and had admired it. I do have some questions for administration, but just one for you. Just on Google Maps now, and I'm seeing that there are some naturalized trees there.
Yes.
Are you okay with those? Or?
Yes, the trees have been there to my knowledge as long as a subdivision has been created. And that's part of the issue with having it naturalized is because there's already naturalization in that area with the trees, having all that grass grow in is going to be drawing more wildlife into the area, especially because it's right off of the Bear Creek trails.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, thanks for coming in, Miss Blaikie. I used to play in that area, actually. One of the ladies, one of my friend's moms is here. So I'm very familiar with the area. So I believe I received an email and a few phone calls from you over the summer. I was going to ask this question to Debra earlier, but in regards to bylaw, did you or anyone in your neighborhood of the 42 residents ever get a ticket?
No, we've just been threatened. So actually, and it was myself personally that was threatened. And I'm not speaking as part of the Mission Heights Neighborhood Association. I'm speaking as somebody that's been affected by this. So I just want to make that very clear. But I am part of the Neighborhood Association as well. And we took that under our wing to educate everybody in the area that it is a bylaw. So to prevent what I went through.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
And that's it for questions. So thank you for coming tonight. Really appreciate your presentation. I'm going to move on to the last delegation of tonight, Mr. Dan Schwanke. If you would like to come on up, take some time, get yourself set up, and then introduce yourself for those who may be watching online. Again, take 5 minutes, and then I will ask council if they have any questions for you.
All right. Good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for hearing me tonight. My name is Daniel Schwanke, and I'll also be speaking on the naturalization of the Mission Heights Ravine this evening. First, before I get started, a little bit about me just to give some context of what I'm going to say tonight. I moved to Grande Prairie about a year ago, and I bought property on 83A Ave just back from the ravine. I was attracted to the property because it had a nice green space behind it, a great spot for our young children, 2 years and 4 months old, to grow and explore. I and my family love the outdoors. I grew up in Prince George, and I've lived in small towns my whole life. And some of my favorite areas are the places that are natural and wild. With that in mind, though, my My training is as an engineer, and I'm very keenly aware of the responsibilities to balance both development, human factors, and environmental considerations. And I believe this approach needs to be applied to the ravine as well. I won't have time tonight to address all of my considerations, but I'd like to focus on a few of the more technical aspects. First is the fire hazards. This summer, I've been actively involved with infrastructure rebuilding efforts following the extremely active fire season. In the midst of this work, the fires hit close to home when, on Sunday afternoon, we came home to see a plume of smoke emanating from Muskosipi Park, approximately 1 kilometer from our house. Recognizing the immediate danger, my wife and I quickly packed our important documents in preparation to leave. Thankfully, residents spotted the fire and immediately attacked it with garden hoses. If it weren't for their quick actions, the firefighters upon arrival would likely have been dealing with structure fires instead of just a brush fire. I'm sure all here are aware of some of the high-profile fires we've seen in the last several years: Barriere, BC, Slave Lake, Alberta, Fort McMurray, Alberta, Lytton, BC, West Kelowna just this summer. One of the recurrent themes from all of these incidents is the recommendations for city to make every effort to clear accumulated fuels from naturalized areas. Currently, the Mission Heights ravine is being mowed by residents, thereby keeping the fuels at bay. If naturalization is to take place, dead grasses, small brush, and other fuels will accumulate quickly, creating conditions ripe for a fast-moving grass fire. Earlier this year, the province of Alberta, the city of Grande Prairie, and Grande Prairie County built a fire break south of town at a cost of roughly $5 million. Does the city plan on nullifying this investment by failing to maintain green spaces within the community and allowing fuels to accumulate? Secondly is the infrastructure maintenance. Mission Heights Ravine is an ephemeral stream bed which starts at 84th Ave and runs southeast towards Bear Creek. Partway along the ravine, Michaelis Boulevard crosses the valley. The road here has been constructed by filling the ravine, effectively damming the channel. As mitigation, several catch basins have been installed along the base of the ravine, and these are tied into the storm main for the Mission Crossing area, which, by the way, also follows the bottom of the ravine. It's absolutely essential that these catch basins remain accessible and maintained regularly in order to prevent stagnant water and future costly repairs. Our concern with the naturalization of the area is that long grasses, shrubs, and other debris will accumulate and clog the storm drains that are essential for proper drainage. In fact, in walking the ravine this morning, despite the efforts of residents, I observed some of the storm drains were already partially blocked by long grasses. My third concern is around security. Mission Heights Ravine meanders between 84th Avenue and Michaelis Boulevard. It has unbarricaded vehicle access from 84th Avenue. Behind the Church of Christ and the residences on 83A Avenue is an open grassy slope, leaving good visibility of the ravine activities by the residents. The more sheltered section of the ravine, a little bit further south, is clearly visible from Michaelis Boulevard. A light has also been placed in the ravine here in order to light the area during winter activities such as sledding. It's no secret that Grande Prairie has a serious problem with illicit drugs, crime, and other nefarious activities. Having myself been a victim of a few break-ins, I'm very aware that the visibility of an area, or lack thereof, is a major factor in determining whether the area will be safe or problematic. My concern with naturalizing the ravine is that the visibility of the area will be lost. The topology of the ravine, the easy access from a major roadway, coupled with the restricted visibility from taller vegetation, will create a prime location for dumping, loitering, illegal camping, etc., and may well result in increased maintenance and policing costs. Lastly, this weekend I want to deal with the maintenance required. This weekend I met with a former director of public works for a neighboring municipality. As the city is already maintaining the right-of-ways for utilities and the park area at the top of the ravine, we estimated that it would add roughly an hour to mow the remainder of the ravine. Assuming it's mowed about 2 to 3 weeks, every 2 to 3 weeks throughout the growing season, we estimated that it would add a mere 8 hours per year to maintain the full area. Further, we have received remarks from the city that there are concerns regarding the safety of mowing the slopes on the ravine. I don't buy that argument. One of the residents contacted the city regarding the mowers used for the task, and he was told that the mowers can be operated safely on an incline of up to 25 degrees. They also come equipped with 1,500-pound wheel weights for improved stability on the slopes. This morning I went out and I measured the slope in the steepest section of the ravine, which is also the area that is used for sledding. It's only 16 to 17 degrees, or approximately 30%, well within the safe working limits of the city's equipment. Further, last week, city residents observed city equipment mowing a small section of the sledding area with no issue at all. Finally, looking at all the arguments presented tonight and at the letters we've received from concerned residents, I believe that naturalization of the existing green space within Mission Heights Ravine is not in the best interest of the city, the public, or the environment. Naturalization of the area will result in increased accumulation of dead grasses and branches and leaves, thereby increasing the risk of a fire or flooding due to clogged storm drains. It will also draw nuisance animals, including rodents and predators, thereby creating a hazard for small pets and young children alike. It will take away the recreational value of the popular sledding hill and increase the likelihood of illegal dumping and other nefarious activities. These concerns can be addressed easily by mowing and maintaining the area as part of existing maintenance activities. The cost to the city? Minimal, approximately 8 hours per year. Simply put, I don't think it's in the best interest, naturalization is in the best interest of the city, the public, or the environment, and we request that this ravine be removed from the naturalization program and that mowing and maintenance be reinstated to the Mission Heights Ravine. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for your presentation. I don't have any councillors in the queue for questions, so thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you for hearing my concerns.
You bet. All right, council, so we'll move on. Sorry, give me 1 second. Screen timed out. We have no unfinished business, so we're going to move to delegation business, an opportunity for questions for administration. I would appreciate it, though, if we went through them in order. So first delegation this evening was Ms. Sarah Card. If there's any business arising or questions for administration, recognizing Councillor Bressy.
Great. Well, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Expect we have some good conversation coming up, but may as well knock the easy one off the deck. I'd move that council receive this report for information or presentation for information. Just speaks to that again. Thank you to Ms. Card. Thank you to her board. Thank you to her volunteers. Thank you to the many sponsors and artists that make that wonderful event possible. It really is a cornerstone of our year. So I'm so grateful for them and look forward to future conversations about how we can continue partnering with that event.
So that motion is in order. I will call the question. That carries unanimously. Moving on to the second delegation for tonight, Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would like to request administration to reach out to the groups mentioned in this report and to look at potential costs at these 5 locations and also whether or not the clubs are willing to put funding towards these projects.
So could I help you with that motion a little bit?
You certainly can.
Thanks. Could I just suggest that you direct administration to bring back a report with opportunity for entrance signage featuring service clubs?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's exactly, same, only different. All right. Comments or questions on Councillor O'Connor's motion? Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Just something that came up in these conversations is the qualifiers or the metrics that deem which organization goes on these signs. I think if we could add that into the report, it doesn't need to be in the motion, but just so that, you know, once something comes up that hasn't come up in 30 years, I think we have to look at the full picture.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll just... No, it was just a note for, yeah. Perfect. I'll call the question on that motion. And that carries unanimously. So the next 3 delegations, similar context. So I'm happy to receive them all on the similar business that may be arising, or if you'd like to separate them, but I'll recognize Councillor Bressy first.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I know it's not the answer people are hoping for just tonight, but this truly is a motion I'm making that is just tonight. And I move that tonight we receive these for information and just speak this. I think good concerns were raised, and I've appreciated the neighborhood and how well they've engaged in this in terms of a lot of people are engaging in it, but very respectfully, as we saw today, very fact-based, which we don't always get when people disagree with one of our decisions. So really appreciate that. And I know I've definitely got some concerns about this specific area and our naturalization project as a whole. That being said, as the mayor mentioned, we've got a good report coming to us next week at subcommittee that'll give us some good information to discuss and chew on. We'll be fresh in the morning, ready to give it as much time as this truly does deserve. So I think we'd be best off waiting until we've got that information for us and talking about this next week at committee rather than getting into it tonight. So today I'd say, yes, we just received information, not to say that I don't want to do anything different with this after further discussion next week.
Perfect. Thanks for your motion. That is in order. For discussion or debate, Councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, I think there's two different issues here that are important for us to consider. I'm not sure if the report that's coming next week will consider an area that, like Mission Heights. So I'm just hoping that that report does reflect.
So what I would suggest, Councillor O'Connor, when you get the report, let's discuss that if it's missing something. Okay. Right now, let's deal with Councillor Bressy's motion, which is to receive this for information.
Just want to make sure we're...
Yeah, and so fair enough. I agree that there may be some missing elements of the report that's coming next week. But at that time, a standing committee can direct administration to do other work, or it will go to council depending on the outcome of that conversation at standing committee.
Thank you, Your Worship.
You're welcome. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. When I was addressing Ms. Blaikie, I'd mentioned that I did have a question for administration. May I ask it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So for Chief Glavin, is there a difference in designation from a general park into a recreational area for the city?
In regards to mowing?
In regards to this, where they're saying it's a toboggan hill,
right.
It's used as a recreational facility, as opposed to just another patch of grass.
Right. Chief Glavin?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. There'd be numerous designations across the city. Typically, a park would be a municipal reserve designation. In this case, part of the area is municipal reserve on the west side of the ravine, on the top, kind of near the church. And the ravine where the toboggan hills are in that area is environmental reserve, which is typically not used for recreation.
Okay, is this something that we can discuss when the report comes out then and reevaluate?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, we can. And to Councillor O'Connor's point, the report largely addresses the pilot program, but the subject matter is the same.
There we go. Good,
Thank
Councillor Berg. Yep. Perfect. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I too have a question for administration, if I might ask.
Please do.
Thank you. Director Glavin, the last time we had discussion about this, Case DeVries mentioned that we would be mowing some of the naturalized areas right before winter. Do we have this area planned and scheduled to be mowed before winter?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I believe the most of the area has been mowed, as one of the previous delegates mentioned, that it has been getting mowed regardless of the city's mowing of the area. I believe the intent was to have the slopes where tobogganing was allowed, that it would be mowed, as well as the strip along the bottom.
So that's scheduled and planned to be done? Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. In this report that's coming to council next week, or to committee next week, I think Mayor Clayton made a motion about also considering the fire safety practices within the city limits. Is that coming at the same time?
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. That is coming through Director Lemieux's committee. Our report will touch on it, but there'll be a much more comprehensive report on fire smart activities. It'll be coming at a later date.
And Chief Lemieux, do you happen to have the time frame of that report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So off the top of my head, there is a report coming on October the 10th dealing with fire smart, yes.
Perfect.
Perfect. They align, so looking forward to it.
All right, so I see no one else in the queue. Councillor Bressy's motion is in order, so I'll call the question on Councillor Bressy's motion. And that carries unanimously. With that, I call the meeting adjourned, and thank you all for coming tonight.